But okay. So we are live on YouTube now. Let me double check. Did that actually go through? All right. All right. We are live on YouTube now. The place we left off is we started getting, or we got delete working. So we can just delete one of these and boom, right? Confirm, gone. Oh, my server's down. Ah, yeah. This is where we left off. All right, so the place we left off is we were creating this verify endpoint, but we can't put it in the supported actions like sections. So we just have to create an endpoint separately from it. I'm okay with it. Yeah, we just got to make it happen. So yeah, delete does work, but it's not working right now because we got to restart the server after fixing some of our router stuff. But the part that we want to get into after that is the verification step, right? So this endpoint needs to work. One thing I want to do real quick is maybe just style that input a little bit better. Yeah, I think that stands out just a little bit better. I actually don't like that you can't click into the middle. Like, Like, if you got an error, how would you fix it? But okay, the part we want to fix is here in the back end. So that's what I was doing there. Oh, okay. So I see. If I wanted to do it this way, I would have needed, like with the parentheses around it, I would have needed to do a comma after the array. But then here, without the parentheses, it's just a list of args. Okay. So then this part, this is going to be a post. All right, so that deletes just fine. Let's go to verify this. All right, we do that, but it doesn't do anything because reasons. And that reason would be up here. No. Yeah, on verify right here. And it probably turns out, do we actually have a notification verify here? Create, get, delete. And we didn't fix that in the back end yet. So we go to that controller. Verify a notification params. We need to create that object. And we have not done that yet. All right, so verifying a notification. All right, so we got the params created there. Show, update, delete, verify. We got org ID and ID in the path, and we should be good there. So then we just need to regenerate. And actually, it's a bash script. What? There we go. No operation spec. Hmm. Oh, I actually want to do. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we weren't verifying that the notification was part of the user's org. So that was a bug. But this verify. So we can generate a list of all of our routes, just to be sure. So let's go above the admin stuff. So yeah, like right there, we don't see verify. Do we see it anywhere else? Like I just missed it? So auth controller verifies there, but we didn't get the other. Interesting. Let's just double check down here then. Oh, yeah, I have it in the wrong place. So this is already up in there. And when would we ever have. Yeah, I had that in totally the wrong place. Yep. And yeah, when would an admin ever even need to do that? They wouldn't. But here, this is the part where, and let me double check my thing here. Yep, no, we just have to remove those parens. I need to remove that comma. So then, let's verify that it actually gets into our list. We go above the admin part. So it's going to be org ID and then notification ID instead of just ID. All right, so we do need to end up fixing that endpoint a little bit. Right, these probably need to be consistent. So it still couldn't find it. I think that is here. What's up, Cog? Here you go. Oh, shit. All right, so hold on. No, it's not open source. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I forgot to update the controller on our copy paste. So it is in router. This right here is notification control. Duh. And then that solves our problem. All right, so yeah. We got some other warnings about unused stuff, but we don't have that problem anymore. Cool. Let's double check that this builds properly again. And we can restart the server. Hey, Push CX, what are you up to? Yeah, and I don't even follow you yet. So you work on lobsters? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I'm basically trying to build my own like listener tool. I'm gonna do it mainly just for Blue Sky first, but then I'm gonna be listening to lobsters at some point as well. Right, and I'm sure you've heard of it before, but like F5 bot is kind of like part of the inspiration for this. So they do Reddit, Hacker News, and Lobsters, and you can like establish just a notification system for when you get mentioned on any of those platforms. I want to do the same thing for ATProto and Blue Sky. Yeah, exactly. I want to do the same thing, but I think I could build out a nicer service. They probably don't have any major reason why they need to keep it up to date. They're probably happily bootstrapped and, does exactly what they need it to. But for what I'm doing, yeah, I'm going to do Blue Sky first and then eventually try and figure out some of this and whatever. I think there's room in the ecosystem for both. What I'm building right now is mainly to dog food another thing I built, which is like quota and balance management for software as a service. And, games also count. So if you just imagine your billing tiers are based upon maybe how many notifications you get per month. There you go. Boom. How many keywords you want to listen for. So I'm building like another software as a service that I'm using this new thing I'm making to dog food and make sure I'm actually solving the problem. So I'm definitely not an expert with ATProto. I'm just using the Jetstream, which is a very simple WebSocket listener. So I'm glad they operate this, but my knowledge of ATProto is pretty shallow. I think it's cool. It's really nice. We watched the ATProto conference that was a little while back. I'm sure the video is posted somewhere. No, I have not gotten to the Walter implementation yet. We're still solving just the basics of the functionality first. I have done a little bit of Ruby. I haven't done any Rails in the past. Other than a little bit of debugging because the third-party Rails dev we were working with said something just couldn't happen and I had to go dig into why. And they were just bad at what they do. They were using, what was it, like Simple Admin or Easy Admin or like one of those like tools that gives you like a wrapper around the CRUD of an application. And that was doing a bunch of cookie nonsense that was breaking our mobile app. And they said, there's no way they're doing it. It has to be something I'm doing. Dude. So yeah. Just you deal with people like that all the time. That's all you can do. Active admin, yeah. Yep, exactly. It was just a bad client too. Like we took the contract with them saying the back end's basically done and built, and we've got the front end like pretty much mostly built. Both of those things were lies. Like complete lies. I would have used React Native, but they said that their front end web app was pretty much done. So I was like, all right, I'll do some Angular, right? We'll do an Ionic project just to reuse what you guys got. And I had to build everything from scratch anyway. But after the contract is signed, after you've already done like the proposal of the stuff to use, it's a lot harder to change the core architecture of the app at that point. So just had to deal with it. But really, it should have invalidated the contract immediately because the assumptions were invalid going into it. The project manager wasn't a good project manager because you need the project manager to be bad cop. And they weren't willing to play bad cop. Which meant I had to play bad cop, which meant that I lost all goodwill with the client, especially when it came to like bugs and things like that. Yeah, the dynamics of like agency work is kind of crazy. But anyway, I know. I love getting sidetracked. So yeah, you work on lobsters. I'm guessing you're like a core dev for it. For people who have not heard of lobsters, it's pretty cool. No, this is tea. No. So I do drink when I do it. And yeah, maybe it does like knock a bit away from like your programming ability. I think there's a big difference in it, right? Like the chatting becomes easier, so you don't have to think about it as much. And there's definitely the idea of like coding tired or coding with some booze in you and then doing review later, like the next day, with a fresh set of eyes and a fresh mindset. Because when you're tired, in the same way that when you've got a drink in you, you'll try things that your like normal analytical brain wouldn't let you try. Like I have absolutely solved bugs because I just figured like there's no way this thing could be failing. Plot twist, that was the thing that was failing. Exactly, right? Smoking weed, whatever. Things that just allow you to just try stuff. Because when you're like all there completely, whether or not, fully rested or stone cold sober, whatever, your brain makes way more assumptions. Whereas like when you're tired with a drink in you, little baked, you validate those assumptions more. Or you just try something that you wouldn't even let yourself try because you're like, there's no way. So there's definitely something to that. It's very similar to, like, feel how you feel about Thomas Edison. I've heard he was a terrible human being, but I really do like the approach he had towards brainstorming. He would actually come up with a lot of his ideas late at night when he's like sleep deprived and tired. And then the next day, he would go through and actually evaluate those ideas. I consider coding and code review to be the same, like, basic, like, dichotomy. But yeah, this is just Earl Grey tea, heavily watered down, because I just do one tea bag and then just keep pouring water on it. Cold brewed as well, or just room temperature brewed. But yeah, lobsters. I should start working lobsters into my news crawl. We've been using Hacker News lately. Lobster.rs, right? Oh, I forgot the S. Yeah, just like vary the news a bit. It ends up being a lot like Hacker News as far as like the variety. Oh, I didn't realize it was a fork. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. And also explains the Ruby on Rails because Hacker News is a Ruby on Rails app. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll have time to do any contribution or anything. but still very cool. Um, Community fork. Ah, okay, okay. Coded from scratch. Oh, Hacker News is written in Arc. I think I remember someone saying that. Good call. I forgot all about that. You're right. It's not Rails. Okay. Were you there like when the fork was done? Like, is it mainly just to like separate from the venture capital aspect of it? Or was it like deeper than that as far as like leadership concerns or things like that? I don't know. I'm just curious. I do like how it's a lot of like different variety. It's not the same like posts that we had on Hacker News. Like I hadn't seen this one. This one seems kind of nice. Um, okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like Paul Graham doesn't even do any modding anymore. Like that's really like oh, I'm gonna forget his name, but like there's like other people that have taken over that part completely, right? So yeah, no, that makes sense. I like that. Yeah, there was a lot more politics on there today for sure. Phrenology. I assume that was just like said in jest. I don't remember the last time I saw a phrenology post. Dang, yes, yes, that's it. Okay. Yeah, dang is the one that I see the most, for sure. But yeah, I'll have to start involving this in our daily news crawl. I like that. Just need to remember. I got a question though. Is there like a similar way of like how there's the ATProto like fire hose for blue sky and all that? Is there a similar kind of fire hose to listen for comments and things like that for lobsters? Like, is there an API doc or anything I could look at? And yeah, yeah, no, no, yep. Have a good one. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. I'm stoked to see you guys like streaming. Yeah. Anyone that was coming over from the raid, how often do they raid? Okay, so newest.rss. Okay. And this is pretty much just like the posts. So you wouldn't necessarily find the comments. You'd have to crawl those like separately, which I think is fine. Oh, there's a comments RSS as well. Oh, okay. Okay. Do you guys have like an explicit like amount of like polling that someone should be doing? Like when would be a reasonable amount of polling for someone to do? 5 seconds, 3 seconds, anything like that? And yeah, sorry, I don't mean to keep you here any longer. Like, grab your tea whenever you like. Okay, so every 15 minutes you'd be good. Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm dragging that over so that I have it for later. Awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll hop into a whiskey beverage here, probably in like another hour. Maybe sooner. We'll see. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and thanks for bringing your community. Thank you everyone from there that hung out, and cheers. Cheersing you with water or with tea at the moment, and then yeah, in a little bit. Yeah, perfect. And yeah, you said comments, right? It's got link right on in there. That links you to directly that comment, right? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that works great. So yeah, people coming from the raid. The part we're working on right now is, yes, we're building a notification tool. If you want to get notified to an email address, you need to confirm that email address before we will send you anything more than a verification email. The part we're working on now is wiring that part up to our back end and making sure that this works. So let me get another alum going. 1 second. Oh, hold on. Take it easy, Frackery. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It's part of power mode. Oh, and Nicholas over on YouTube. How you doing? Thank you for lurking over there. Clippy on your phone? Sure. All right, so then real quick. So instead of promise void, hmm. So let me double check this, right? If we make that promise void, yeah, I'm not sure I like that user experience. If it fails, we probably want to keep it open. So instead, we can move the toast into the notification item, and that would allow us to properly bubble and prevent from closing that. I think that's the right move there. We'll leave that one. Yes, we do that part. Go and grab this part. There we go. So I like that the on complete fires for us automatically. One thing I want to do. Yeah, we just got to cast it there. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. Chat Jippity front end Clippy. Sure. All right, so then one thing I want to do next. How long? They're going to have separate validation timers. Maybe, right? Or do we just let it be an hour? Right, for a phone number, 15 minutes, probably fine. We could do less even, I bet. For an email, I'd say an hour is fine. Anyone got a preference there? What's a Proton? Wow, dude. Less than 4K for your executable? That's huge, dude. And that's running on the Amiga, right? Just making sure I remember. But yeah, good work, man. Okay. Yeah, nicely done. Looks like some frame rate dips. Any plans to compensate for those frame rate dips in any way? The Amiga wasn't meant for 3D, so I get it. Like, I guess the biggest thing you could do is just make sure your meshes are optimized more. Right? So that's like the only way to do it then, right? Okay. Yeah, what speed does the Amiga run at? Like, what is the CPU clock? Like, you could probably almost figure out like the upper limit of polygons in general that you can support. 93 megahertz. Okay. It's not even Comic Sans, man. It's better. It's Drama Sans. Sans the drama. Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? I don't think so, man. Easy living. No edges on this font. How's your code going to flow if your font doesn't flow? Checkmate. Right? Compared to Drama Sans, all other fonts suck in a wind tunnel. I just thought of that one. Yep, I'll be using that one forevermore. Now, and honestly, fonts don't matter that much. Honestly, use whatever font you want. I don't care. There's at least one benefit. It's not every person, but a lot of people who suffer from dyslexia can actually read Comic Sans or Drama Sans better than some other fonts. The Braille Institute. Atkinson Hyperlegible is really nice for certain sites, but they at least go into what makes a font more legible versus not. I'm not saying Comic Sans crosses this choice, right? Or it crosses some of these boxes or checks these boxes or whatever, but it doesn't necessarily do all of them. So it doesn't do the 0-0 thing nearly as well, right? It helps, but it's not ideal. So it's not perfect. But these are the things that you generally need to care about when your font's readability is important. This one is my biggest pet peeve, and Twitch fucks that one up. All right, so 1-I-I-L. Twitch's font at least makes the 1 somewhat more legible, but the capital I and the lowercase l suck. WordPress plugin wouldn't touch that at all. It's just a font choice. If you care about legibility, you should care about fonts at least a little bit. The accessibility plugins for WordPress likely do not touch the font whatsoever. They tend to just care about font size, which is different from the font itself, as well as just color legibility. Yeah, I would definitely double check that. I mean, that's up to you. I'm not sure. Depends on the plugin, I guess, at that point. Seems to me like any plugin like that would have to have a like an allow list of acceptable fonts rather than being able to evaluate the font like as is. It's not going to render it out to some SVG and determine using character recognition what's what. Like no, it's not going to do that. There is no WordPress plugin that does that. I do React. I do all sorts of stuff. Okay. Are you saying that's the name of the WordPress plugin? That's fine. I'm not going to go look at it. So the link doesn't matter for us. All right. So what is our verification code? I want to make sure that one's actually working. We'll say it's probably 385,600. All right, so it's not that one. So then maybe it's 307,816. Also failed. So what is going on with our back end? Why is that not actually validatable? We're getting a 500 because org ID not found in con.assigns. Yeah, because it isn't. So instead, let's go to our back end and double check what would actually be there. All right, so that part should be good. And what's up, Proton? Nice, Proton. So technically, we should be able to just do params like that, right? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Alrighty. So let's just double check this actually works as we expect, and I didn't just break everything. Okay, so those fetch just fine. So yeah, org ID is coming from the right place in the URL, so we should be good there. So then, which number do we think it actually was? I think 385600. No. Key verification code not found in notification. Because, yes, we're doing that part wrong. Let me get more music on, though. So the part that we're at, and you know what? It is 4 o'clock. We could hop into a beverage here in a minute. Yes. All right. So this is the problem there. Get notification by org ID. I want to do this as I'm going to do this as a separate endpoint. This is going to be get full notification. And then, yeah, we need to get basically this kind of query. So from notification where org ID is equal to that. Right, so then it's just going to be that one notification. And instead of a repo all, repo one. With the exclamation point. So I'm not sure this is actually going to work. Like, I almost need to get the query started here. Or maybe even just like there. And then pattern match based on like what join and what fields we want to get. Because I feel like this is going to override things if they end up being null. Maybe not, though, because it just wouldn't join anyway. I don't know. Yeah, this is the part where I'm less certain about this SQL part. And how we're building the query may have to be more like step-based. Yeah, all right. Well, let me go dump this super stale, gross-looking lemonade. Ugh. And I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom too, and I will see you in a sec. And how's everyone's Monday going? All right, everyone out there got a case of the Mondays? Can't ban Snowman. How you doing? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. What are you up to today there, Can't Ban Snowman? Not to be confused with Can Ban Snowman. Anna who? Is that like a reference to the movie Frozen or whatever? Because I never saw that, but I do know there is like a snowman character. Okay. See, when I hear snowman, I think of the movie Cannibal the Musical. Let's build a snowman. If you haven't seen it, well, you're missing out. Off day today, you went on a 25-mile bike ride. Nice. I used to do longer bike rides. I need to start getting back into it. Got like a 70s or an 80s. I think it's a Schwinn, but I'm pretty sure it's a Japanese steel frame. They could have just been using that for like the marketing factor of it, or it could just be a rebranded Nishiki. I'm not sure. But it's got like the center column tension shifters. So yeah, like I would have gotten a new bike ages ago if I wasn't so like hooked on those like tension shifters. I really like those tension shifters. One second. I'll let you know what we're working on here in just a minute. Or you could do the project command yourself, just !project. The part we're currently looking at is I'm not certain if I am doing some of this correctly. Wireless electronic shifters? Ooh. That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy. But if you do a lot of biking, I totally get that. Like, invest in the things that you like using, for sure. I just got this bike for like $100 like 10 years ago. Yeah, until the battery dies. That sounds insane. Like, yeah, like I just don't like the idea of having too many electronics tied to my bicycle, you know? But if you're going to do like, like cross state lines, like cross country style, like riding, like I get it. Like you want something that makes it easier on you. Do I work somewhere? Yes, I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. What is it? Job? There you go. I've been a primarily front end engineer for like 10 years. That's part of why I even got hired at GitKraken, because I can speak as a dev. I think also the community here is a big part of it too. Right? Like I talk to devs every day. That is something that a lot of developer advocates don't actually do, which is kind of crazy. And another big part, like I saw another developer advocate who's really great at what they do, but they had a post where they talked about how they've kind of let their like dev chops atrophy a bit. So they were a senior for a while, then they went into developer advocacy, but they didn't keep up on dev as much as they would have liked. And now they're looking at basically like taking a pay cut and starting back as like a regular dev, which is going to be rough. So I think the company is still stoked on me like doing this kind of thing because I talk to devs every day, but also because I get to like stay relevant, you know? The role of developer advocate changes from company to company. In general, you need to be able to speak on devs' behalf and also speak to devs. So it's not just marketing where you're the megaphone for the company, you're also the microphone for the company. You're like a two-way conduit between developers who are your customer and the company and the products they make. You basically don't need a developer advocate or developer relations if your company isn't making dev tools. So if your target customer isn't developers, you don't need developer relations, right? Yeah, no worries there, Cast Dev. It gets asked a lot. I think I'm getting better and better at explaining it. So, yeah. All right, so one thing I want to double check. We're doing SMS first. So the email thing here would fail if my assumption about this query building and SQL in general is what I think it is. So let's do this and let's try again. And yep, I didn't change that backend endpoint yet. All right, so hold on. Verification code there. That feels wrong. No matter what, we're going to have to like trim that. But I think that's just a better scaffolding right there anyway, and we can always increase it. So then as far as the trim goes, we need to get back to the endpoint. Ooh, and 1 second. We'll get to that here in just a minute. Let me just double check and do this part. We're going to skip this song. It's a little sleepy timey. And then we get a failure there. No function clause matching in update notification. Okay, yep. So yeah, updating it. Yeah, we got some work to do there. So that's a good step. So ZDog, you're interested in front end. You want to be an expert. You'd like to start working for a company. Only recently started. Feel like you're undervalued. All your experiences in IT were unpaid. No, don't send me a CV. Nope. Nah, we don't do resume review here. Sorry. There are streamers that do it, but no, no, thank you. I'll have a quick question. What have you built? And I'm not saying you need to provide that to us, but that is a question that you should answer and have good answers for. And if you can't answer that question very well, like you don't have much in the way of stuff you've built, start building stuff, man. That's the only way to become an expert. Oh, okay. So this is a big part of it, right? The notification that we fetched has all this other stuff on it, but we don't want to actually update the notification directly like that because it's going to be on either SMS or email. And this isn't going to match no matter what. So this is going to be a case. The condition is type. There you go, Crispy. Yeah. So hold on. Which part are they talking about? It's the changeset.cast. So I think, yeah, change set here is the problem because we're not matching that pattern properly. Okay, so hold on. We're going to leave that because it's just some boilerplate. But notification SMS and notification email are in here. Yep. Yeah, Super Maven's all right. All right, so I think this is still going to end up failing. There we go. So then I think I need to do the same thing here. Let me get more music going. And yeah, how you doing, Fallen? Oh shit. When asked if it will blend, it looks like it blended. Oh, except it didn't. Well, shit. Oh, I didn't remove this part. All right, 385600. So something's up with our back end here. Okay, so you had to wrestle Microsoft. They said your keys were retail, or they said your retail keys were volume, but they weren't. Right, and with volume keys, there's like a lot less leeway in like swapping devices and things like that. Like, what was the issue you ran into because of that? Okay. You're trying to convert your infrastructure. You need to upgrade everyone to Windows 11, but they don't want to upgrade the actual computer, so you're reinstalling Win 11 and reactivating using the Win 10 keys, which you can do because it's like the upgrade to Win 11 for free thing, but only if it's a retail key. If it's a volume key, then you'd have to buy like a new volume license for 11, right? 1 second, sorry. Hold on, one quick thing. Hold on. Anyone remember what other conferences I submitted to recently? There was React Miami. Okay, sorry. Just work stuff. It came up for discussion. Ooh. Oh, that was spicy. Gross. All right, so hold on, hold on. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Okay, so yeah, a bunch of just BS, right? You do that with like 1,800 computers. Yikes. Box says retail and everything. You'd love to do it, but no infrastructure, yeah. Talented's was for a call center. They estimated it would be 200 hours. You did it in 7. Yep. But for a fixed bid? Yeah. Yeah, that's like the smart thing there, right? If you think you can do it quicker than a fixed bid, you're almost always better off with a fixed bid. And that's something known as oh shit, what's the term in mechanics in like the mechanic world? Damn it. There's a word for that where like there's a standard practice. Nah, it's not flag time. Like if you're a mechanic, like a car mechanic, there's a term for it that I'm forgetting. Where basically like doing the brakes is basically like industry wide determined to be X amount of time for a certain vehicle and all that stuff. And if you can get it done quicker than that, then you get paid more per hour effectively, right? Yeah, I don't remember what that term is. Flat rate? Flat rate? Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that sounds about right. Right? So, one, it ensures that you're not getting screwed by some mechanic, but two, it also rewards them for being better at their job. Yeah, flat rate sounds right. Yeah. I think that's it. Right? It also saves you from some mechanic being like, well, it took longer than I expected and gouging you on the bill because they've already done the work, you know? Like they have to check with you with every little thing, you know? I think a lot of that was like the Consumer Protection Bureau or whatever. And now that that's gone, you're probably going to see mechanics being even shadier. Yeah, but also like talented. Yeah, they were paying you for you being good at what you do. Right? So yeah, like there's a lot of value to that. Yeah, dude, that's huge. Yeah, well done. Yeah, you were paid for your expertise on that one, not the amount of time it would take, basically. Sorry, one more thing. Hold on. Let me catch up. Um, yep. It was fun by legit. You just said that because that's the excuse they used. Wait. So where was legit? I missed that part. Oh, okay. So the place you got let go from has 0 devs now because everyone is a developer with Cursor. That's literally what they said, right? Like legitimately what they said. So basically, yeah, they'll be hiring everyone else. Yeah. I mean, they're currently in the FA part of things. They're going to be in the FO part of things here real soon. I do not play Fortnite, but I also don't game on this channel. I have a separate gaming channel. So something is weird about the change set. It's not actually applying the props like we expected. It's going well. We're running into something here. So that's just a warning, but I think we're fine with it. And these two logs right there are only firing because we got into that method. Which means we got there with this one, but the update's not firing. Oh, wrong place though. There we go. All right, so type and email can't be, like, all these failed. This is my own thing. So I think the change set's the wrong approach for this part. Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing? Theld of Alan. What were you up to today? So it looks like adding RSS to your static site generator. Nice. That's huge. Got it going like 90%. Sweet. Yeah. The first 90% takes 90% of the time. The second 10% takes the other 90% of the time. How goes your manifesto? A vision for the web, or a Vison for the web. If you don't know what a Vison is, you can't afford to ask. Yeah, how's it going, Mini Scruff? What you up to? Yeah, for sure, Alan. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the internet. You can just do things. It's really cool. We kind of live in the future. All right, so this should at least fail out for us. Like, it shouldn't matter, and we should just fail, and that should be good. Ooh, hold on real quick. What kind of food? Chicken curry and rice. Okay. What kind of like curry? I've never made a curry dish at home. I kind of want to start. I really want to learn how to make butter chicken. But it's not something you can just hammer out real quick. Like it involves like a bunch of stuff. I do want to find like a good, like refrigerated or frozen, or even from like a mix butter chicken like sauce. That would be nice. Got to do Japanese curry? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've never made a curry. The warm-up kind. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, no stress. There's still a science experiment going inside of my rice cooker. I'm tempted to just buy a whole new one at this point. You ever left rice inside of your rice cooker for too long? The rice in my rice cooker has better facial hair than I have. Like, dude. The rice in my rice cooker has a full beard. I'm so jealous. Once. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Yep. And now you don't have a rice cooker anymore. Exactly. You know, like there's an entire like entity living in that rice cooker. You'd feel bad. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I wish I was. I'm like scared to open it up at this point. Exactly. Like I'm gonna have to pull something like that. For sure. You're not wrong. Yeah, exactly. Right? It's like the sea monkeys from The Simpsons, you know? They've already got written language, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure like white mold's fine. Black mold's the problem, right? I'm kidding. I don't think that's correct at all. I don't think any mold is good for you. Yeah, that's a very good point. Do not trust the guy with mold in his rice cooker about mold advice. Touche. Touche. Like it's been so long, it's got to be dry in there by now, right? I haven't looked in at least a month. Probably closer to like 2 or 3. It's just on the counter. The whole rice cooker? We'll see. We'll see. Do I own a flamethrower? I do not. A little bit. A little bit. I mean, I doubt it did anything to the Teflon, you know? I'll just go toss it over the balcony and let the downstairs neighbors deal with it. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. Put a cardboard box over it. There's a cutting board over top of the rice cooker, for sure. Orion putting in some chaos engineering. Right? It ends up being like the movie Evolution. Heat just makes it grow quicker. I gotta have a roommate by the time I'm done. I know, that's the scariest part. Shit, a roommate. All right, now you've got me scared. Fuck that. I understand. I get it. I'll just get a good mask. I'll take it out to the river. Like, you know, I'm like right on, like, it's not a river, it's like the slough. And I'll just dump it there. Exactly. I'll take a photo of it. But yeah, definitely gonna do it out in the open air. Have I not seen Gremlins? Yeah, no, you got a point. You got a point. Anyone wondering why I haven't cooked a rice dish in like a year? There's your answer. Last time I did Mongolian beef was the last time I did Mongolian beef. I wish I was kidding. It's fine. How bad could it be? And hey, what up, Matisse? Yeah. And Colton, what did you step into? The rice in my rice cooker has fuller facial hair than I do. Well, we shouted out Maniac too. So if you ever want to start streaming their Maniac, you got a couple. We'll give it a second. I'll do the Matisse shout out. Oops. Yeah, damn right. It's a sign. But Matisse, hey, it's your birthday? Happy birthday, dude. Man. What are you, 25, 26? $33. Oh, you sweet summer child. You got your entire 30s ahead of you still. I'm jealous. I was like basically just becoming a full-time like web dev at that point. I didn't get into coding until like 28. I didn't get a job paying me to do it besides freelancing until, yeah, 32, 33 maybe. Yeah, no worries, Alan. We'll see you again here soon. You'll probably be right back, right? And yeah, Colton, no, we got a science experiment we've been like ranting about here just a little bit. We got people saying I should just junk that rice cooker. Honestly, rice cookers are cheap too. But I also don't like being that wasteful. So yeah, a little bit of bleach and I think we'll be fine. I don't know if bleach actually does anything to mold. Does it? I don't know. Yeah, I could just get a replacement cooker pot. I just don't want to replace the entire damn thing, you know? That seems like extra wasteful. But we'll see. We'll see. Less sticky. I mean, this thing's it's Teflon anyway. I've never had a problem with stickiness from my rice cooker. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I the rice cooker I have I got from Costco. They tend to like be pretty good about where they source stuff from. I don't remember the brand. It's like an Oster, maybe. As long as the Teflon isn't scratched. Makes sense. And yeah, you want to be real like careful about Teflon in general. Like that shit when it's starting to flake like causes brain cancer, you know? Yeah, either the container is unusable or it kills the bleach anyway. Sure. Or it kills the mold anyway. I like the way you think. Now, I'll get to it. Not going to get to it today, but I'll get to it eventually. All right, so that gives us an error because we can't match the right-hand value. Maniac, maybe, yeah, you got here after I had said it, but I've never seen Breaking Bad. I've seen maybe one episode. I've seen some of the memes and stuff, but I've never seen Breaking Bad. I blame the people that were recommending it to me because they also liked the biker show, Sons of Anarchy. And I fucking hated Sons of Anarchy. So I didn't trust the opinion of anybody that was recommending Breaking Bad. I hated Sons of Anarchy. It's the main character. He just sucks. Hydrochloric, not hydrofluoric, but I know what you're saying there, the bread. Hydrogen chloride. Yep. Oh, you literally mean hydrofluoric. I've never even heard of hydrofluoric acid. Oh. Well, I mean, hydrochloric acid will clean the skin from your bones as well. HF is nastier? I've never even heard of hydrofluoric. All right. I'll take your word for it. Like, hydrochloric is basically... Isn't that what you have in your stomach? Like, stomach acid is hydrochloric? I need to double check this now. Hydrochloric. Yep. Good job, me. I never took a chemistry class once in high school. I did have like a basic science class in junior high that might have covered it. But yeah, by the time I got to high school, I was slacking, so I took applied physics. Anyone that knows, applied physics is basically remedial algebra. It was the slacker science class. I had a few friends from like snowboard days call me out for that one. But dude, it was just so much better because I remember people being like, oh man, for chemistry, we got this sludge test to do. And they get just like a sludge and they got to start like evaluating what chemicals and stuff are in it. So they got to like start boiling stuff away, figuring out what temperature things boil away at, blah, blah, blah. Like, I never had to do that. Because I remember hearing the horror stories of people that did. No, so chemistry in our college classes, or not college, in our high school, involved one big test at the end that determined whether you pass or fail, basically. So people stress the fuck out about it. So yeah, nah, I didn't do that. No, thank you. Yeah, like each student was given their own like specific like sludge mixture. And you had to like really start separating out what elements were in it and what ones weren't. It was gnarly. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Have a good night. Thank you for chilling. We'll see you again soon. And hey, what's up, Owen? Yeah, I saw the message you sent to Robotic. I will try and figure that out a bit later. But yeah, I just had like a random photo of some place in Seattle called Mr. Waffles. It's Mr. Waffle. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Colton, you were in the hospital more than you were in school and never had the time to find your lockers, so you're like, nope, and just dropped out. That happens. And then I assume you got your GED and then did your other stuff after that, then, right, Colton? But yeah, the part we're at for the code we got to do, and I know I'm taking my sweet ass time because I really didn't want to redo this. You know what? We can make it a simpler update. Yahoo Booters. Is that similar to like an AOL kicker? Where you basically send someone a finely crafted message that knocks them offline? Okay, yeah. I remember those. That was also my first experience with getting a virus because someone did a Deltree. And honestly, anyone looking to download a kicker probably deserves a Deltree. So I get it. My bad. Yep. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Oh, and someone asked what I'm sipping on. This is just the whiskey lemonade. Just gonna put it down here, or actually, I don't know. We could put it at the top. Let's put it at the top. And hold on, your question there, Maestro Timius or Timius. How are people working on making one game? Does, for example, Unreal have some sort of option that few people can edit the project? What you're looking for there, Maestro, is something like Git. Now, Git isn't necessarily the best thing for version control for games because there's a lot of binary assets, but you can make it work. Anyone here actually know of like a good version control system for Unreal as an example? Do they have their own? Like, is there something? Git LFS helps, but like GitHub still doesn't like it, you know? Some teams used to use Perforce. Yeah, I believe GAC, one of our longtime regulars, has used Perforce for that stuff too. But yeah, what you're getting at there, Maestro, is really you need like version control, like a VCS. No. So Git is okay with LFS. Or, sorry, GitHub is okay with LFS. They still don't necessarily like it if you're doing too much, right? Is there a GitHub for gaming? I was not aware of that. You sure? Yeah. Just because like a lot of binaries are not deterministic, GitHub really doesn't like them. So then, yeah, maybe that other thing is worth it. Yeah, mini scruff. I'd be curious about that. Version control software called Diversion. This is probably it. Yes, this is probably what you're looking for. Maestro. But yeah, VCS or version control system or source control, like those are all the keywords you're really looking for. Yeah. I mean, bare minimum, you could probably make GitHub work. I would say give this a try at least. Oh, and Colton, good job. Yeah, so you found an exploit, but you didn't abuse it, and you just reported it. That's good of you. Mikris, yes, someone asked specifically about game dev. I am the walrus. You're out of your element, Donnie. There you go, Colton. Yeah, okay. So you had a selfish reason to do it, but you still did good. There you go. Maybe, Colton. There's still the uncanny valley. But you're not wrong. I should start using an accent when I stream, huh? I tell you what, CM Griffin here, he just likes to do code, you know. So here we are. We're gonna be using this this southern-ish accent, and we'll see how stream goes from here. All right. So here we go. All right. So then, if you hear the southern version of me, you know it's not the real version of me. We can do that. I can make that work. I tell you what, like honestly, all we got to do is head on into this backend endpoint, and we're going to create a very specific method or function to call. I don't even know like where that accent's from. Is that like just Texan? Like North Texas, maybe? Like Dallas or something? Like in the sticks, Dallas, though? There you go, Colton. Yeah. I think we'll run into the point where a lot of these services are going to end up sending some of those like things to identify themselves as generated, right? Like fingerprinting might be harder for text, but might be really easy for audio. But real quick, hold on. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I gotta go pour some more water too. And yeah, we're gonna create some specific functions on the repository. I think maybe just one specific function for updating the verified app. And we should be good. Okay, I'm back. So, who here from the South, or maybe not from the South, how'd you feel about my Southern accent there? That was just off the cuff. I'm not that great at accents or impersonations, but I can do a good mimic. So if I hear an accent, I might be able to mimic it a bit, but it wears off over time. You're saying the accent I did wasn't Southern? It was like a Midwesterner? I've never heard a Midwesterner talk like that. Like, basically, I was doing Foghorn Leghorn, if you think about it. If you really want to break down the accent I was doing, it was like a slightly less pronounced Foghorn Leghorn. Where would you say Foghorn Leghorn's accent is from? Okay. Sure. I'll take it. It's more like Oklahoma rather than Texas. And I guess you could consider, yeah, I guess Oklahoma is the Midwest, isn't it? When I think of Midwest, I think of like Ohio. But now, like more like Nebraska or Oklahoma. Those are definitely Midwest. So yeah, no, I could see it. If you were saying like Nebraska or Oklahoma, all right. I could see it. Like, how do you feel about Mike Judge's Hank Hill? Right? Do you think that's accurately Texas? Because I think there was definitely some of that in there too. Damn it, Bobby. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to do it. Well, that boy ain't right. So, Colton, you think Hank Hill is accurate Texas? Okay. I feel like I was really close then. Like, where the hell is Mike Judge from? Hold on, this is important. I know, we get sidetracked. It's that time of day, isn't it? He was born in Ecuador. Oh, shit. All right, I never would have guessed that. Never in a million years. Raised from age 3 in New Mexico. Okay, that makes sense. See, I could see it being like a New Mexico-ish accent, maybe. Like, okay. I could see it. All right, all right. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, like Foghorn and Leghorn has always struck me as like a parody of that accent rather than trying to be accurate. If I'm honest, I've met plenty of people from Texas who've lived there like their whole life that barely have an accent. But I definitely used to have one when I lived in Texas. So I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. No, no, and I get it, Colton. There are people like that, but it almost feels like they're hamming it up. Oh, right, Childs? Yeah, like you never know you have an accent until you move somewhere else, right? Yeah, Childs, like my Jersey accent does come out from time to time. Like my Texas even comes out from time to time, like without me trying to do it, you know? Because, yes, I've lived all over. And when I was younger, I was like an accent chameleon. I'd adopt the accent of wherever I lived, like really quickly and easily. So now my accent is really just an amalgamation of everywhere I've lived. There you go, Colton. That's a great point. Yeah, if you're around people who have a thick accent, your accent gets thicker. That's a bit of just wanting to fit in kind of thing. Like it's something humans do no matter what. Right? Because no one likes to feel like the other, you know? Yeah, well, we were playing Pal World like a few months ago. Algobro even made that point. Like, less so about accents, but more so about like fitting in. Because like a major part of our societal upbringing as the human race was basically about like not wanting to be ostracized by being a part of like the collective. So yeah, there's something to when humans get together, they somewhat collectivize no matter what. But yeah, Child's like, like you might have a Jersey accent, but you don't necessarily say like Jersey, right? Because that's the parody of a Jersey accent, or someone who's just putting on airs trying to like let people know they're from Jersey. Like I lived in Jersey, I never said Jersey, like or whatever, right? Like I can't even do it anymore unless you know we get really sauced. Certain words like Mario. I don't know. I don't know how I'd pronounce Mario with a proper Jersey accent. Again, I'm not a great impressionist. I need to like hear it and then I can mimic it. Like I need a baseline to operate from to do a lot of accents. Like very similarly like doing like impersonations of voices too. If I hear the voice, I can impersonate it way better than just trying to do it from memory. And no, the way I said Mario is totally wrong. Yeah, I'd have to hear it at this point. I have no idea. But for this backend BS, I don't think it's even worth creating a repository function for it because we're only going to do it in one place. We could just call the repository. But yeah, mixing up imports. Nah, we'll do it here. It's fine. We don't need a method or like a doc block for it, but we'll just do def verify notification. Send response, we're definitely not going to do here. Nailed it, Super Maven. Let me get more music going here in a second. Colton, you don't even hear it over there, so I don't know what you're complaining about. I get it. You're barely complaining. No, I get it, Colton. On my dad's side of the family, I had a family member that owned a like music competitor. I don't remember what it was called or any of that stuff. But basically, they were a fucking business genius. So they had this like music competitor. They sold it to someone, but they only sold that part of the business. And the other part of the business was actually building the hardware for those things. And it involved a very specific like crystal or whatever that operated at a specific frequency for their hardware, software, BS or whatever. He maintained and still owned the company that made that crystal. So he sold the company once to someone for a hefty sum. And then when it turned out that they still had to go do business through him and he could jack up the prices for that crystal, they ended up having to buy that business from him separately. Like, very shrewd business person. Like, damn. Like, genius. However, that same person basically killed that entire wing of their family, right? Like them and their entire like children, wife, etc., because they were flying and something happened to where maybe they lost cabin pressure or something and plane crashed. Because this is back in like the 50s or some shit, you know? Back before any kind of regulation or any of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's life. But yeah, just still, very shrewd business person. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. I will never learn how to fly a plane. Basically because of that story. Wait, did Waz pass away? I didn't even realize that. When did that happen? Oh. Okay, so he's still alive, but he got in a plane crash and lost a significant part of his memory. He's 74, like, damn, dude. Time will get you at that age anyway. When Apple was just starting. Oh, okay, so imagine if it hadn't happened and he'd continued to be as amazing as he always was. Got it. I did not know that. I'm glad to see he's still kicking, though. I feel like it would have been bigger news if he had passed away. Maybe. Did my, what is it, like great grandfather have a patent? Probably. But also, like, growing a specific kind of crystal back in like the 50s or 60s, even if you didn't have a patent, you needed specialized hardware and like specialized processes for that. So he had a factory for growing those crystals, basically. And he sold that factory eventually, too. Could you imagine the amount of R&D you'd have to put in to like actually figure out how to grow that shit 70 years ago? Would have cost you way more than just buying the company, you know? Oh, I have no idea, Colton. No clue. This is just the story I've been told, so there could be some holes in it. that, you know, nowadays we'd have to ask and figure it out. This is just like an old family like story. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of any of that stuff. I just do remember hearing the story of how he sold one part of the company, but didn't sell the company that was backing like a product that it was built on. And then he sold the second company for probably like even more money, which is kind of funny. Like very shrewd as a businessman is concerned. I believe that great grandfather is actually, I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a thing at Harvard, like the Griffin Library or something like that. No, not in Redmond, Washington. I think it was Harvard. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think it was that. I don't know. There's a lot of like family stories that are hard to pinpoint these days. Yeah, I'm not sure. And it might not have been Harvard. It might have been some other school. I don't fucking know. And here's the thing, it might not have even been Griffin. It might have been like some maternal grandparent too. I just don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think it matters that much. It's not like I see any money from it. Like, nah, man. Hell no. Yeah, it could have been a great uncle. Like, you know. It could have been a great uncle, and that actually sounds about right because it would not have been a direct descendant because he killed that entire like wing of the family, right? So yeah, it was probably a great uncle. It's always fascinating to me like how easily an entire like branch of the family tree can just disappear because of some bullshit, right? From snowboard days, I had a friend who had family in like Idaho or something like that, but like big Mormon family. And someone brought like pickles or pickled something or other, but they didn't can it properly. And anyone who ate that shit died. So like an entire like half of their family fucking died. Like it's gnarly. So yeah, if you want to get into canning, you better do it right. That's why I haven't gotten into canning whatsoever. No, thank you. You want to make a website that sends a message in the contact section to the email address Which library could you use? I do basically have some canned rice. You're not wrong there. So Freddie, I'm not 100% certain what you're saying. You're saying you want to send an email based upon someone filling out like a contact form, right? You could use all sorts of stuff. I would definitely recommend a service. And any of those services could be Mailgun, Mailjet, SendGrid, Postmark. Resend. Anyone else got any like email provider, like transactional email recommendations? There used to be Mandrill, which used to be a good deal, but then they killed their free tier when MailChimp decided they wanted to make more money. But the word you're looking for, the keyword you're looking to Google is transactional email. You could just straight up use smtp.google, maybe, depending. I don't know, just not sure. I would recommend a transactional email provider. If you're curious about the difference between transactional email and other email like software as a service, is basically transactional is a single like thing that happens. And then the other non-transactional tends to refer to like campaigns, right? So like campaign email providers. MailChimp's bread and butter is campaign email. They created Mandrill to do transactional. So transactional email provider is like the keyword you should Google. And there's way too many things to choose from. I don't have a specific say in any of this. Any of them will work. Look at their free tier, see what you get out of it, and you're good. Yeah, campaign versus marketing, like, all that shit is one category. Transactional is like the other category. That's it. That's our issue. We were doing that autocomplete, and we don't need that. We just do it directly. Voila. Okay. Cool. So I think. Oh, hold on. We have no local return. Where'd I get this hoodie? This is a Costco, like really like thin, super soft hoodie. I really like it. I picked up a second one. It's like a kind of a bad green color, but oh, it's just so smooth and soft. Like, I really like this hoodie. Very thin as well, right? So yeah, this is a Costco. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no worries, Tabona. So I don't want to have to pass a chain set. Exactly, Colton. Yeah, really, you should be using something like HubSpot, and HubSpot has an entire thing of like people who have opted out, people that have bounced, people that haven't responded to anything in the past X amount of emails. If you start ignoring those people, you're way better off. You should probably be using HubSpot and their like email list capabilities for sure. And I am less aware of HubSpot, but I do recognize the value it brings. Now, what the fuck, dude? Oh. All right, so update here is wrong. I feel like query should have done it. Non-coat, how you doing? Aw, what you up to? So working on your bot, that's fine. There's no fucking time limit or rush or any of that. I'm like, yeah, no big deal. When's it going to be done? Whenever it's done. And that's fine. What were you doing specifically today, though? Right? I remember last time you rated, you were talking about some, like, maybe some TypeScript issues you were having. Just curious. As is tradition, Xmetrics. Yeah, totally. Done's just a word. Oh, there will always be bugs. Yeah, for sure. You show me bug-free software and I'll show you a liar. Duh. Like, come on. Half done equals done. Duh. Yeah, just ask all these vibe coders. N or Anamerk. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but that was my best attempt. I am working on this project. Trying to make sure you maintain connections with the WebSockets. Okay. Yeah, I recently had that same problem. Are you making sure that you're sending like a ping pong, like a keep alive, basically? Because you need to send a ping every once in a while to keep that connection alive. Otherwise, it times out. There you go. Okay, so you got one big part. Was that part of the fixes you made, or was that something you were already doing and you found some other bug? And yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. The thing that we're working on right now is, yes, what I just showed in project there. Specifically, we're trying to verify that someone has access to an email that they're trying to set up notifications for. And we got into a little bit of the way we're like querying for some of this stuff is not ideal. But if we do a save, right, we end up getting a bunch of like squiggles that we're not doing something right. And yeah, that's totally part of the problem right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the server could just say like, hey, I'm closing you for no other reason. Then you just reconnect. Make sure that you have like good timeouts exponentially if they keep telling you no, right? You like increase that timeout exponentially or something. Sure. Yeah. Nicely done. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're on a really good track. So, yep, stoked for you. Something I want to point out is a lot of people never even get any experience with WebSockets before they even get like their first job or something, you know? So you're already putting in the effort. You've got stuff you can talk about in the interview. Are you applying for jobs yet? I would say, yeah, start applying. Yep. I think Xmetrics and I agree. It's rare, but it happens. I get it. The big thing I want to point out is you'll never feel ready. And that's okay. You'll never actually feel ready. So at some point, you just got to pull the trigger. You know, you just got to keep trying. Yeah, no, I get it. And if you want to set a milestone, I'm not going to stop you. Like, I couldn't anyway. which is fine. But building out a resume and building out a cover letter and all that is work that needs to be done anyway. So if you ever want to like switch from one to the other, or you got time to kill and you just want to like fill out or start getting that stuff going, you should definitely do that. You don't have to pull the trigger and like send it anywhere, but you should at least be working on that in your downtime because it's a separate like thought process, you know? And it's something that you'd end up doing off stream anyway. Right? Like by the time you're ready, you know, by your own definition, you still have to do other stuff to actually apply. And you can do some of that concurrently whenever you see fit and, you know, without stressing yourself out and all that. Just throwing it out there. Just an option. Yeah, I would say don't pigeonhole yourself, but yes, try finding internships and all sorts of stuff. Getting a good internship at like a solid company will really set you up for like future success in major ways. So yeah, try to get an internship at some of the bigger companies, you know? Google, Facebook, whatever. An internship there goes a long way. Are there any fully remote internships? Absolutely. I don't know if the big companies do it, but yes, they exist. At least during COVID, there was a lot of them. The life insurance company I worked for had fully remote interns, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah, you got plenty to do. You want to work for a non-tech company. I get that. I mean, you'd be setting yourself up for a better career if you work for like a tech company. Like, no joke about it. Like, I'm not kidding at all. If you can get an internship at a big tech company and get your first couple years out of the way at that company, you can go anywhere. That is something I do somewhat regret myself. Not trying to get into a bigger tech company earlier in my career. Well, I mean, non-codes, getting denied is free. It costs you nothing to apply. Like, it costs you nothing. And if you get, like, you go through at least a portion of the interview process at a bigger company, the smaller companies will feel easier. That just, it makes you more confident in the process. Yeah, don't pigeonhole yourself this early. Yeah, everything's fair game. Yeah, prestige of X Microsoft, X Google, X whatever. Like, that shit goes a long way. Oh, and sorry, early career devs are not allowed to have dignity. Nah, man. That's just a thing getting in your way. Hold on, what's that quote? Shit, what am I thinking of? That feeling... Hold on, it's from, hold on. Yeah, it's the Pride Pulp Fiction quote. I think you're gonna find... Hold on, wait. No, that's not They're not doing like the quote I'm looking for. Here you go. The night of the fight, you may feel a slight sting. That's pride fucking with you. Fuck pride. Pride only hurts. It never helps. Fuck pride. This is one of the most relevant quotes you need to internalize as a junior applying to jobs. Fuck pride. It does not help you. Dignity? That's a word you shouldn't have in your vocabulary as a junior dev. You don't have dignity. You haven't even earned it yet. Fear. I can understand fear, but fear is also just another thing that just it's trying to make you feel like less than you are. That's pride. That's fear. Like pride and fear are deeply integrated with each other. The fear of hurting your pride, the fear of hurting your image. You don't have an image. It doesn't matter. It's okay. You don't have an image. In tech, basically nobody has an image. Who gives a shit? That's pride. That's pride fucking with you. Fuck pride. All it does is hurt. It never helps. So, I mean, Colton, Bruce Willis wasn't the main character in Pulp Fiction either. Boom. Nailed it. Apropos. There isn't a main character in Pulp Fiction, which is why it's so relevant. It's why it feels so, like, real. Because there isn't a main character. It's just a series of vignettes that do somewhat tie together, sure. But there is no main character. I get it non-codes, but that fear isn't helpful. You need to take that fear, compartmentalize it, and move it on. Such a movie could not be made today? I call bullshit. Sorry, Den. Nope. Totally wrong. That movie could be made today still. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. No, that movie could be made today. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree. In general, I push back on films that couldn't be made today. No, you could totally make that movie today. Like, I think you could remake Blazing Saddles today, no problem. I think you could remake any film today and it'd still be, like, just as poignant and relevant as ever. No, I don't even mean just literally. Like, you're saying, like, it wouldn't be popular, like, no one would like it. Like, you know, like, it would get, you know, petitioned or whatever. Like, again, I don't think there is such a thing. You're not sure the film industry would make it, which is why there are independent film studios that have to make these things. Like, you're aware that the majority of films made by Mel Brooks, he was the biggest money behind that. Right? If you're paying to have it made, you can have it made. It's that simple. He was always the biggest money person behind most of his films. He made films he wanted to make. It's really that simple. Yep. Yeah, Spaceballs, like all of it. It's why he was able to be like an actor in his own films. No worries, non-codes. What are you going to go eat, though, real quick? What are you going to go eat? Because this is a foodie stream in disguise. I might go eat some shit food later, but I want to at least think about other delicious food other people are going to make. Hot Pockets, Bagel Bites. So let me just point out, I made some of the best cheesesteaks of my life last night. Look at how properly like caramelized those onions are. They're like basically see-through. I made some of the best cheesesteaks of my life last night. Italian wedding soup. 4 hoagies and a funeral? Sorry, like, I don't know. I've never, like, what is Italian wedding soup? I don't even know what goes into an Italian wedding soup. That is one thing I want to start learning how to make. Soup. I've never made a soup. So I'm a little jealous of that. Man. Yeah, if you got soup making skills, ooh-wee, I am jealous. I am massively jealous. So meatballs, the circle noodles, rotini? No, not rotini. Shit. Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about, like the circle, but they're angle cut and they still got like the ridges and all that. Ditalini? Is that the name of it? Is that really the name of that? Oh, so not the angle cut. Okay. Different one. Okay. Like orzo. Okay. Yeah, I've never made any soup ever. My mom used to make a really good, like, after Thanksgiving, like, turkey soup. She'd use, like, the... Oh, shit, what's the vegetable that... It's, like, in the artichoke family, but it's got that, like, Fibonacci sequence, and it's all, like, spined and, like, you know, spired and all that. Damn, what am I thinking of? Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's, like, in the broccoli, like, artichoke kind of family. But it looks like a fucking MC Escher or some other, like... And not MC Escher. No, not Brussels sprout whatsoever. No, this is the one that looks like a fucking, like, weird, like, math drawing. Not artichoke, but I believe it's, like, related to artichoke in some way. Hold on. Vegetable that looks like Romanesco? Oh, I think you're already right. Yeah, that sounds right. It is a broccoli. Yes, this shit. Yeah, my mom used... Dude, it's a fucking mushroom trip and a vegetable. And yeah, it's technically a broccoli. Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, we got there. It's a mushroom trip and a vegetable. Straight up fractal. Yeah, damn right. That is a Mandelbrot. But technically it's a type of broccoli, which is crazy. But yeah, my mom used to make, or still, I don't know if she's made it recently, but she's still alive. She used to make this like turkey like soup with Romanesco and like the turkey in it and like other shit, and it was super fucking good. Obviously, like celery and all the other shit. I want to learn how to make my own at some point. I'm just so lazy. But yeah, cheesesteak. I can do a cheesesteak. All right, so we got to go and figure out how to make this query work. Star Trek food printers. What we end up needing for that, Den Wallace, is basically we need matter replicators, things that manipulate stuff at the atomic level. The bottleneck to that is free unlimited energy. There you go, Colton. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, like Den Wallace, for that future, we need free unlimited energy. We don't even need that X metrics. No, we just need unlimited energy. No, curing death is so much harder. I'm sorry, like matter replicator is just manipulating atoms. All we need is a way that we're not going to fucking charge each other for energy because it's so free and easy that we have too much and we just figure out what to do with it. In general, capitalism gets in the way. I disagree there, Lightspeed. Basically, you're talking about creating cancer at that point. We're not talking about manipulating cells within a living being. We're talking about creating something from scratch, using the building blocks of atoms. This is the whole, like, ship of Theseus thing. Just because you could rebuild a person with the same atoms, does that mean they're the same person? Technically, if you want to think about it, transporters in the Star Trek universe do involve rebuilding that same person from the same atoms and transferring those basically one at a time. So that is sci-fi. I think the matter replicator is actually way more accurate. Being able to make gold from lead is just the matter of having the extra electrons, right? And enough energy to change that shit. I do think we could get there, but people like Elon Musk would never allow it. How would he get people to like him at that point? It's not like his gaming prowess is going to do it. All right, real quick, I gotta go pee. But yeah, like, come on. Elon failing the fucking tutorial for PoE 2. Yeah, that dude would never let other people have money. right? Without a vast amount of money, what does Elon actually have? Not talent, that's for sure. What skill do you think he possesses? 9-inch vertical leap. Yeah, dude. He's not getting paid for shit. Wait, what the fuck is Wardenclyffe Tower? So X Metrics, I think Tesla's death rays were actually microwaves, which is absolutely a thing. Like you can cook someone's heart with a concentrated ray from way farther back. X Metrics, we even chatted about it earlier. Edison's a fucking asshole. That's why. Edison was very like zero sum game about it, right? He's just a fucking asshole. And thank God Edison didn't get his way, or we'd have a fucking power substation every 6 miles because DC just doesn't transfer that way. He was, Hadlow. Yeah, Edison was a businessman, right? And thank God he didn't get his way. I don't even believe in God, but thank whatever thing you might think exists. I'll thank random chance. But, Thanks, star dot star. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I'm agnostic, so yeah, there could be a thing up there. I don't fucking know, but I'm not gonna try and name it. Like, I don't know, man. God can simply be the world around us. So thank the world around us at that point. Thank God. Like, I'm literally agnostic. I don't know. I do simply point out I can't imagine the true, like, Christian version of God hating anyone he created. I just can't imagine it. I'm sorry. I don't believe in the Old Testament version of God at all, whatsoever. That is such a spiteful, narcissistic God. Like there are things that I absolutely don't believe in. But then I normally just sit within the gray area of, well, all this other shit could exist. I don't fucking know. And I don't care. But I do have things that I just fundamentally don't believe in. And the Old Testament version of a spiteful God, like an omnipotent being, this like a fucking shallow teenager? No. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. No, thank you. No, thank you. I can't believe in the Old Testament version of God. That is a spiteful teenager. Nah. No, thank you. So Colton, yeah, I don't know. Um, it's harder to argue against the new because there's so many interpretations, and every book we have is tainted by someone that decided to say some shit rather than it being real. So then it's open to interpretation, and then fuck it. Like, whatever, man. Light speed, come on. Dinosaurs. There's that Bill Hicks joke, right? Like, hey, all you fundamentalist Christians out there, I got a question for you. It's a one-word question, and I want to see how you react. Dinosaurs. And then he goes on to say, like, I did that joke in something Kentucky, right? And they were like, well, you know what? That's just God trying to test our faith. All the dinosaur bones, like that's just God trying to test our faith. And Bill Hicks then goes, dude, I think God put you on this earth to test my faith. Like, yeah, like come on. At some point, dude. And I made that joke in something Kentucky, and they wanted to fight me after the show. They're like, dude, we don't like what you say. And I simply said, forgive me. Which is a really apropos Christian joke. Like, oh, you don't like what I say? Forgive me. That's the entire core tenet of modern Christianity. Forgive me. And so many people have lost the plot. No. So I get it. Their den, like calling it a cult makes it a little more like on the nose. At the end of the day, if the core tenet of your religion is forgiving people and allowing them to be forgiven, you should be really quick to forgive people. It should actually be very simple. If you don't believe in that, you don't actually believe in what you believe. Like, at that point. So those people may be in a cult. But to say all of Christianity is a cult, like, I don't know, man. Let people believe what they want. But if they're not even going to adhere to the thing that they say they adhere to, because instead some fucking cult leader says so, well, then that's a cult, you know? That's the big difference. Right? You can't write off an entire fucking belief system. You can just actually write off the people that don't actually believe what they say they believe in. Right? Christians that have never actually read the Bible. They don't believe in the Bible. They believe whatever their fucking pastor says. That's a cult. But we're getting too far off base. Let's get back to some code shit. I don't believe what these errors are telling me. No, you know what? Hold on. No, the errors are correct. I need to figure this part out. Dude, Colton. Yeah, I've seen that one. Dude, yes. Charlatan. Like, dude, that motherfucker. Do you really believe in the thing that he's preaching when he's pulling shit like that? No, he's just a fucking charlatan and we should tax the church. Yeah, religion should not be tax exempt at this point. Especially when they preach political bullshit. Like, if you're going to preach political bullshit, you are automatically exempt from tax exemption. That would solve a lot of our fucking problems. You want to talk politics at your congregation? That's fine. We just revoke your tax exemption. Boom. No problem. That would be a proper future to live. Then they can decide if they want to push some shit or not. I am all for tax exemption as long as they don't get politically involved. The moment they do, fuck that shit. If you want to be exempt via church and state separations, then do not get involved via state. It's actually so fucking simple. No, I get it, Colton. It's a lag thing, and we're still going to move back into code. I get it. I was still making the joke of, well, I just don't believe this error that's being shown to me. No, I believe the error. They're right. I'm wrong. We'll figure it out. At the Church of Elixir, I just need to pray harder. That involves just a bunch of bullshit coding stuff. You know how you pray at the Church of Elixir? Debugging. We're going to say our Hail Marys here real quick. Sorry. Hail Valims. We're going to say our Hail Valims at the Church of Elixir real quick. And I know, I apologize. Anyone who is devout, like, I get you. I'm not trying to piss on it. I'm only pissing on the people that misuse faith. I'm agnostic. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows, in my opinion. So instead, yeah, just let people live. Let people believe something else. Fuck it, you know? There's just too much out there in the world that doesn't even have that level of forgiveness, even though it's built into the fucking core of their ethos. Right? Just forgive people. Let people be wrong, man. It's okay. No, I do understand what you're talking about, Lightspeed. I think if just more people were okay with being with other people being wrong, we'd be in a better place, man. Like, I fundamentally disagree on that, Freddie. The God we're talking about there is just logic. The God of if this then that, right? The God of causality. That's all programming is. And people say just use English to program instead of fucking words. English is not deterministic. So at that point, it's not a good programming language either. When people think like ChatGPT is not deterministic. You give it one input and that output changes over time. That's a bad programming language. So anyone that thinks ChatGPT is taking my job, nah, man. Because that shit's not even like consistent. Exactly, Den Wallace, right? Like, yeah. AI is not going to be useful until it's consistent. It's actually that simple. AI is marginally useful. And it'll only be good the moment that it becomes consistent. Lightspeed, I disagree. Try it. Like Lightspeed, try it. Colton, you think it's consistent, but it's not because we try and make it seem human? I don't know. I've never seen an LLM behave consistently. It is not a set of concrete inputs and outputs. That's the entire reason we have all these like things to evaluate the LLM and its results, right? Like Ragus and like all these like other things. They just aren't. If you think one of these companies could just easily make it consistent, don't you think they'd do that? So Colton, I get what you're saying at a theory level, but reality dictates otherwise. There is not a single fucking thing that I'm aware of that could do a proper like unit test against AI input versus output. And that's even if you turn down the temperatures. Like, have you seen otherwise? I would be really curious about seeing that in like a study or something. I've never seen it in reality there, Colton, and that's what we're talking about. Saber, are you saying 4.1 is consistent given the same input? Colton, what I'm getting at is the phrasing and the terminology changes day to day. That's because almost all of these models are being trained and retrained and altered on the fly. Yeah, temperature is irrelevant because it's all probabilistic rather than deterministic. So Colton, like, show me a single one. Like, I could use a local model. And it's still just not great. Yeah, no X metrics. Colton, I've never seen any of the local models behave the way you want, even if I do change the temperature, you know? I've never seen a consistent result from any of this shit. You have to provide it a seed and all that shit. Like, there's just too much going on that you got to provide otherwise. And even then, with the same seed, it still differs, you know? Depends on the model, maybe there, Colton, but that's not what people are using these things for. That's not the common case. And you have to do so much more extra effort to do so. It's just not valuable. I understand that math is there, but like inherently in the models, they are adding something beyond just temperature, something beyond just a seed. So even with the same seed, are you going to get the exact same result? I don't think so. I've never been able to make an LLM give me the exact same result, even though I provide the seed like value. I've never seen it. Maybe that's me and my bad testing, but I've never seen it. Exactly, Krasner. I think that's the best way of doing it, right? Even the best model still adds its own, like, bullshit for randomization to make it better, right? So even with a temp of 0, inherent to the model, there is still randomization, right? I could be wrong because I don't actually care that much about this shit. Yeah, Colton, I would challenge you to make any of the major models actually give a consistent result. There's an entire reason there's a cottage industry around evaluating the result from these fucking things. And if it was just simply down to tuning it to a 0 fucking like temperature value, companies would do that. Like, absolutely, companies would just do that. But yeah, I don't know. I do have to slow down on the whiskey. This is probably the last one I'll have. I'm going to have to get food in my belly. Hot dogs tonight, maybe? I did get some ketchup. I mean, Colton, again, please try it with any of the mainstream models. Until you actually try it, I'm going to press X to doubt. If you don't care enough, well, I don't care enough either. But that's where we hit the bottleneck of caring enough about the conversation we're having now. I would love to see you reproduce the exact same results from any of the mainstream models. I'm pretty sure I've tried this with image generation, where I fed it the same seed. I did not get the same image. It might have been close, but it wasn't. Up to you, Colton. I'm not trying to say, like, how dare you, you're wrong. Please prove me wrong. We're doing well, Pyro. Appreciate ya. Yes, I know we had some friction previously, and you're probably bummed I'm still, like, bringing it up. This is your first time chatting since then. I apologize for that. I get it. No, it's fine. I still would like you to check into some of that, but if you didn't, I'm not going to press you for it. Like, I don't care enough either. It's fine. Okay. Okay, there you go. And then, is what I was saying at least close to reality? Maybe, whatever. You don't have to say here. We can chat about it anytime. Doesn't have to be here. But again, thank you, Pyro, for being open-minded. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not looking for a bunch of yes men. I want to have conversations with people that think about things, just like I'm talking with Colton, and I'd love to see them reproduce stuff from seed to seed. I just haven't been able to do that with anything I've tried. So, that could be a me problem. Oh, Pyro. Nah, don't blame the booze. The booze is the easiest excuse. I could blame it too. But I'm still me. All right, so Colton, I get the criteria you're using to frame your statement. I would say expand it out a bit. And I'm more curious. Like, very, fine-tuned selective stuff? Well, yeah, show us the criteria, and then maybe that helps. But, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. And again, Pyro, it's fine, dude. It's fine, man. Thank you for being open-minded. All right, so we're dealing with a current thing. Keras is definitely one of the things I'm thinking about, but dude, Keras is so limited. Keras is just reinforcement learning. LLMs are so far beyond reinforcement learning, in my opinion. Dude, Keras is a reinforcement learning framework. LLMs are so far beyond that, in my opinion. Yes, you can do reinforcement learning in a reproducible way, but none of the major models for LLMs are actually just reinforcement learning based, which is why they are not consistent. So I get that light speed, but dude, Keras is not a proof for any of that shit. Because the models are so much more than just reinforcement learning. But maybe that's where my understanding of these things is actually limited. So I'll admit to that. I get it. To me, they're outside of that. And yeah, Pyro, I get it. Appreciate you. For sure. Yeah, no stress, man. No stress. Project is going well. We're dealing with issues we have on the back end here because this should be good. And yeah, no, we got this bug here. The update. Maybe I need update all? Hold on 1 second. Let me get more music going. Sorry, I'm just replying to a thing. They actually said, don't reply to me during stream. Nah. I like this person too much to ignore him. Sorry, yeah. Let me just point out, I'm chatting with Algo Bro. How many people do we have here in chat that wish Algo Bro was still streaming? Right? Let me put it to a vote. Because I think he would love to see this, right? We'll give it 3 minutes. There you go. He is good people, like, honestly. Keep in mind, I disagree with him on all sorts of shit, like, 100%, like, we disagree. I'd still rather he still streamed, you know? Even though I was fighting with him for viewership. Have my numbers jumped because he's not streaming anymore? Maybe. I'd still rather he streamed and I'd take lower numbers. Like, any day of the week, for sure. Any day of the week. There you go, Colton. Yeah. Get your vote in. It's here on Twitch. Big projects are crazy. And yes, he may not do that same project. He may pivot and do something totally brand new from the start. I get it. Like, you know, he may have been too ambitious with what he was doing. There is room for what he was building that is maybe not as ambitious, and he could launch quicker with a smaller fund and just letting it happen. Like, I don't know. I'm just bullshitting. I have no fucking clue. Like, he knows way more about this shit than I do. I have no idea. But I would like it if he continued to stream, even if my numbers took a hit. Right? We got 90 people from Raid here. If it was down to 60, I'd still be okay with it. Anyway, right? Like, hold on. Did we get opinions? Did I miss the opinion? Hold on. What won? Shit. I missed the entire result. The answer was yes. I'm going to just say the answer was yes. Hold on. Did anyone see the result? The answer was yes. Algo Row should stream. 100%. 60 something for versus 30 something. Like, who is Algo Bro? I get it. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Just one more message. Over on YouTube. Yeah, the opinion poll was simply, we know a streamer named Algo Bro. He built his stream on building his own hedge fund. I am trying to convince him to pivot to building software that hedge funds want to use. And I think he gets it, right? If he could build something that every hedge fund uses, he gets like a solid paycheck from them every month anyway, you know? He doesn't even have to be right. He just has to give them the power to decide if what he's saying is right. But it's just another thing they have to make decisions with. And I know he'd probably be a little bummed I'm saying this part out loud, but I don't know. I think he has major value understanding the market and understanding like that every single hedge fund manager in the world only has heuristics to go on anyway. Could he be another one of those heuristics? And there's major money in that. It's maybe not the money he's hoping for, but it's better than no money. But also, I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about this stuff. So, whatever. Fuck it. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like I'm just smoking weed and talking about random stuff. And I haven't even smoked weed yet today. Shit. I don't know, Lightspeed. Is that a link that needed to be done? Is that a bunch of like vibe coded games or something? Yeah, dude, we can hate on that, but I don't think it matters. Like, let people just do things, you know? I don't think it's important, Lightspeed. Come on, man. Just let people live their life. You don't have to like it. I don't watch anime. I don't like most anime. Does that mean people shouldn't make anime? Fuck no. I'm just not the target market. It's okay, dude. Now, I'm going to lose like 30 viewers immediately because I said I don't like anime. Fuck. Like, all right, I get it. It's fine. If you guys like anime, like anime. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. Like, how dare I? How dare I? Oh my god, what an asshole. He doesn't like anime? Let me put it this way. I like old anime. Demon City Shinjuku? Ooh, yeah. Ninja Scroll? Ooh, yeah. Avatar The Last Airbender? No, thank you. I'll pass. I'm good. Nah, I'm good. It's alright. You guys have fun. Enjoy. Dragon Ball Z. I hate the TV version where it's like, on the next episode, right? And they spend like 10 minutes talking about what's going to happen on the next episode. And then the next episode, they spend 10 minutes recapping what happened on the previous episode. So you get only 10 minutes of actual content, and most of it is fucking Goku going like, and that's it? Like, dude. Like, motherfucker. Dude, that shit sucks. That shit fucking sucks. That's bad anime, in my opinion. That's the most clickbaity version of anime I've ever seen. Like, dude, like, no thank you, dude. Dragon Ball Super? Okay, I can see that. I've never even heard of Dragon Ball Daima. Like, oh, alright. Sure, man. But I believe Super and Daima are not canonical Dragon Ball, right? Or am I thinking of GT? GT is not canonical. I'm thinking of GT. Sorry. GT is not canonical. As far as I understand it. Wait, so it wasn't and now it is? So now I can't trust any of this shit. Like, dude, oh my god. It's all bullshit at that point. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. I get it, Denzel. I don't have to like it. I simply recognize other people like it and enjoy liking it. That's fine. It's not my kind of anime. My kind of anime is the old school kind, and maybe there's some good new shit. But, dude, few and far between. I'm basically an anime hipster. Yeah, Akira, fantastic. Yeah, Akira, Demon City Shinjuku, Ninja Scroll. I'm an anime hipster. Wait, what the Full Metal Alchemist? No, that's just new school. No, thank you. Not for me. Nah. Dude, when I say old school, I mean 80s. I mean early 90s. I mean maybe mid 90s. Do you consider Transformers anime? Dude, that's definitely not anime. Transformers is not anime. Definitely not. Me powering up like Goku? You're not wrong, X Factor. No, touche. That was priceless. Like, I get it. I get it. Yeah, exactly. CM Go is Super Saiyan. Yeah, totally. I get it. I get it. All right. But nah, man. Like, dude, it's bullshit. Like, dude, it's fucking bullshit. I watched enough Dragon Ball Z back in the day that I'm fed up with it. Okay? What's gonna happen on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z? He just keeps doing it. Like, oh my god, dude. He's just queuing up that fucking, like, world bomb or whatever he does for fucking 3 goddamn episodes, dude. Yeah, a 10-minute Kamehameha. Like, dude, fuck that. That is just bad writing. That's bad direction. That's bad everything about the entire goddamn thing, dude. I swear, if you condensed Dragon Ball Z down to the episodes where shit actually happens, you'd have an hour and a half of content. Right? You remove the first 10 minutes where they sum up the previous episode. You remove the last 10 minutes where they say what's going to happen. And you got 10 minutes per episode. Dude, you got like an hour and a half. Max. Like, dude, it's really fucking bad. Especially once you consider the commercial break between those things. Right? Like, it's just bullshit, dude. Oh my god, how are we gonna beat this guy? We've never seen anything like him. Oh my god. And then, yeah, they beat him and then rinse and repeat. Yeah, dude, you're not wrong. Oh, did Goku, like, die? Well, Gohan will figure it out. Fuck it. Oh, it's a future episode? Gohan died? Some fucking android figured it out. Fuck it, right? Go Tanks. Or fucking... like, any of that bullshit, dude. Like, Trunks figured it out. Okay, so Trunks figured it out, so now he can't be the fucking savior. So now it's Gohan and Trunks merged together. Go Tanks time. There you go. Dude, it's just... Dragon Ball Z is the laziest fucking writing I've ever seen. Like, dude, it's the laziest fucking writing I've ever seen. I apologize to people that like Dragon Ball. Dude, they are so goddamn lazy. It just ain't it. No, thank you. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I could do that meme and that gif for ages, but god damn it, man. Wait, you actually did a thing and now I gotta, like, do it? Oh my god. I don't know. Sorry, Colton. Maybe you redeemed it. Can someone, like, refund it? I don't want to do it right now. You come back here on a Saturday with it, we'll do it. I'll redo the whole thing. Can I get a mod to redeem that? And Colton, honestly, like, you should be a mod at this point, too. Like, come on, Colton. Like, what the fuck? You could redeem your own, like, you could, like, refund your own donation at this point. Your own, like, channel point bullshit. Like, nah, man, I'm not doing it. Not right now. Like, dude, no. We'll just do it later. We'll make it happen. It's fine. The power. Yeah, exactly. It's science. Ooh, Archer's Zen. Hold on. Wait, you said the beanie goes away full, like, flowing head of hair? Hold on. Hold on. All right. Forehead's as close as we get. All right, just picture that. And then we're good. Boom, nailed it. No big deal. Reject it. Yes. Yeah, just reject it. Get your points back. No big deal. That's as close to Saiyan as I get. Maybe Doc Brown is the Saiyan version of Sam Griffin. Jezo, that message is easily like 6 months old. No, we wanted to figure out how we could make some content for Salesforce / Apex devs or like all that bullshit. Like, whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's relevant and it's not even worth our time. If you really think there is value to like promoting some kind of content towards Salesforce and that other companies like devs, we could do it. We can make a blog post. We could figure out what like we got to talk about, like, etc. But I don't know if it's there. Like, if they want to learn, they can just learn, you know? They don't need targeted content from us. Do I have any other, like, CM Griffin big hair photos or anything? Like, I don't think so, man. Ooh, and we actually had a Balmer ages ago, and then we added the recent one. Yeah, touche. I get it. I get it. Yeah, the best CM Griffin hair emote is CMG Corn, for sure. I feel like my hairline was receding back then anyway, you know? Wait. You tried to do but it wasn't case insensitive. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's not case insensitive, so whatever. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. Damn, wait, so Microsoft we had with that clip too? Oh my god, Fievel. So Fievel, you went really like far west with that one, right? Fievel went west. All right, who here is a fan of Theo? Real quick before I like do this part. Right, we got any like Theo fans out there? Let me point out every single time I've chatted with Theo at a conference, he has been like just the chillest dude. All right, so you watch this stuff on YouTube. Yeah, like I'm a fan at this point. I like the dude. We're okay with each other. It's great, right? There was a time where I was in the hater category just simply because of like one personal interaction. All is forgiven. Theo's great. I think he's actually a good dude. It took a little bit of time to figure that out. I'm only human. And I am personally standoffish. Right? So that's on me. I am standoffish. Is kind of what I do. I think Theo's a good dude at this point, for sure. It just took me a while to figure that out. You don't have to like everything he likes, and he actually respects people that disagree as long as you're not a fucking dick about it. And I think that is a very important distinction, right? Are you a hater in his fucking chat? Well, yeah, maybe don't be a fucking dick. But he respects people that disagree respectfully. And there's value to that, for sure, right? And I actually really respect that about him, too. You can hate things he does, just don't be a fucking dick. No, like, honestly, I should toggle case insensitive on, like, everything. Nah, you're right. I should blanket default it to case insensitive. You're right. You're right. That's a good point. Colton. I think you'd probably agree that I let the haters get to be here in chat too, and it's something I should be better about. Whether that's what you were actually saying, all right, up to you. We're all only human besides the fucking robots in the chat, you know? But yeah, like let's go make a bunch of stuff case insensitive because it's all regular expressions anyway. Yeah, Raimu, you saw some of your stuff already. Yeah, damn right. It is not open source. I don't even have the source myself because this entire project died when a hard drive died. Dude, I would change so much stuff if I just had the power, and I don't. Right? Stream Parrot's fucking dead, but it's like a zombie at this point. Yeah, dude, we lost the parrot. Raimu, yeah, if you didn't remember, like, yeah, Stream Parrot's source code died. I was maybe a month away from doing full monetization for it. And then that hard drive died, and it just lives as a zombie of the code base it used to be. Yeah, exactly, Lightspeed. I know what you meant. Yeah, I haven't had to touch it for fucking ages. Like, the server just runs because Elixir is that stable. Like, it's insane how stable that project is. I don't have to touch it. It will run for fucking ever. As long as I keep paying the bill. That's actually kind of cool. I wrote some software that's so stable, I don't even need the source code anymore. It's just going. Just like Sentry, exactly 4-wheel. I have a Sentry instance that I launched around the same time I launched Stream Parrot, and it's still fucking going. Sentry does open source in a really fucking cool way. In a really fucking cool way. Stream Parrot is on an EC2 with some other stuff going. You like the design? I wish I could claim it. It's just fucking neo-brutalism. There you go. You can get it going too. Like, it's just so easy. Let me go pee. I have enough water to go later. So we're good there. No worries, encoding. Yeah, thank you from Chile. I want to go travel to Chile at some point just to like snowboard during the summer. I'm not there right now because I don't have a passport and I need to figure that shit out. But I'll be right back. Let me go pee. BRB. All right. So, yes, I'm back. I had to pee. We're sitting here at almost 8 p.m. I got one more beverage in me, and yes, I know we're bullshitting, and I haven't gotten any code done in a while. Like, the code I'm dealing with is, I'm still not sure why these endpoints are mad at me, and it's all about, like, the pattern matching of it, but we gotta figure this out. No, I get it, encoding. Hold on. You're from there. Are you like a snowboarder? Do you know a snowboarder named Manuel Diaz? Because I used to snowboard with that dude. You know, not like together every day, but like we came up during the same time. Like, little Manolito. Honestly, like, no. He was a fucking badass by the time I knew him. He wasn't little Manolito, but people called him that. But he was a tank. Like, he's a badass. But Manuel Diaz used to come up to, like, Stevens Pass here in Washington during his summer, right? Which was our winter. And yeah, he's big time, but I do believe he ended up like wrecking on a motorcycle without a helmet or some shit. And it's not ideal. He's a great dude and his legacy lives on. I think we're all stoked he's still alive. No, that's fine. I get it there, encoding. But he is like, he's big time. I believe he's like the child of like some people that own like an airline or something in that country. So he was like born and bred into like wealthiness. But yeah, he wrecked on a motorcycle and traumatic brain injury shit ensued. So yeah, good dude, really awesome. I think some of his other, like, cohort, we see them here in Washington all the time. Manuel Diaz. And then there are other people from, like, you know, South America in general that are maybe, like, more famous at this point just because, like, he had that issue. But, like, nah, like, he's big time and they're big time too. A DCO something or other is another bigger snowboarder from the area. Like a DCO, like AUDISIO. I don't know if that's actually the spelling, but probably close. Have I ever considered saving enough for early retirement so that I can just snowboard every day? Dude, I've thought about it. All the time, I'm not there, dude. Like, saving enough so I can snowboard every day? Like, do you not realize that every day I get older, snowboarding becomes farther and farther away? You can't snowboard in your fucking 70s. There might be some people that do it, but I can't snowboard like I want to snowboard. I'd rather spend every dime I have right now to snowboard right now. Because snowboarding in 20 years, what the fuck is that even, like, dude, that doesn't even sound fun. Saving up money to snowboard at 60? Fuck that. Like, dude, that's not even snowboarding anymore. That's not what I consider snowboarding. Hell no, dude. I'd rather spend money now to do it now rather than, like, do some of that other bullshit. Like, come on, man. Ugh, gross. How fun do you think snowboarding is at the age of 70? Or 60? Does that sound fun to you? Dude, I can barely think past the next year. You think I give a shit about 20 years from now? Fuck no. I get it in coding. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no stress. I feel like you probably should know Manuel Diaz in some fashion, but I don't know, man. Treff, it's a timing thing. We are. Where's the timer? We are 6.5 hours into stream. You can't come into a stream 6 hours later and not expect a rant. That's just science, dude. I don't know where you live, man, but dude. At this time of day, you're only coming in here to a rant, or I'm just not streaming at this point. You got the VOD. You can just watch VODs, man. Can't snowboard when you're old? I can't snowboard how I want to snowboard when I'm old. I want to do tricks. I want to do rails. I want to do all that shit. You can't do that at 70. One fall and you break a hip. You can't do that at 70. Like, I'm just saying, like, dude, nah, man. Snowboarding is a young person's game. In the meantime, yeah. Young person's game, all that. We got some queries to solve. Look at a picture of Banana George. That sounds like bait. I'm good. No, thank you. Banana George? Like, what the fuck are you trying to have me Google, dude? Show me one 70-year-old snowboarder who's chucking tricks in the park. It's that simple, dude. Yeah, one fucking dude can do it. You can't base what you're doing based upon one fucking asshole doing something. Like, come on, Lightspeed. Come on, Treff. Like, nah, like, no. Dude, come on. One single human being is making it work. That doesn't prove anything. I just mean asshole in general. Like, dude, are you gonna fucking... Are you gonna hold me accountable for every single fucking word I say? Dude. I don't mean asshole literally. Every human being has an asshole. Therefore, every human being is an asshole. Right? Simply by reduction. Dude, Treff. Have you ever been fun to talk to? You don't even follow the channel. Like, Why do you think you can judge the channel? You're not even a follower. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm tempted to ban you. You don't even fucking follow. Why do you think you can criticize? Why should I care about your opinion? And if you already left, you made my point. I'll give you 30 seconds and I can just ban you. Like, dude. TikTok goes the clock. You don't even care enough. All right. Fuck off, dude. Get out of here. We don't need you. Why is it that people that don't even follow think they have a say? I'm really curious about that. I'm really curious about that. You don't even follow a fucking channel. And you think you have a say over the content that they make? Lightspeed, you're missing the point. Treff has had 147 messages, and none of them were actually that good. Guys, let's chill, please. Like, nah, dude. This person's just in here to talk shit. Like, Lightspeed, don't play devil's advocate for the people that suck. You'll only equate yourself with those people. Don't do that, man. Just, why would you go to bat for someone you don't even fucking know? Don't do that. Don't offer a counter argument for someone you don't fucking know. Like, don't do that. It's so simple. Lightspeed, you don't need their chat history. It's very simple. Do you remember them? Do you know them? Don't go to bat for them. If the answer is you don't know them, you're not aware of the comments they've made, don't fucking stick up for them. It's actually really fucking simple, dude. Are you willing to vouch for someone that you're sticking up for? You will be judged by that. Don't do that. It's actually so goddamn simple. Don't do that. Don't stick your neck out for people that you don't fucking know. You're lucky. I know you better. Heck no, you're not willing. You just did it, though. You just literally did it. You literally did it just now. Don't speak up for someone you don't know because you lose the privilege of speaking up for someone else in the future. You absolutely just vouch for them, which means you don't get to vouch for anyone else. At least for a few times. Like, I don't know, man. I'm going to ignore your vouching. at this point because you did it. You literally did it. Pick your fucking battles, dude. Don't play devil's advocate for a literal fucking devil. I don't know how to explain this any further, dude. I don't like having to teach people the fucking internet. Like light speed. Based on our previous history, you have enough trouble defending your own statements. Don't defend other people's. And I don't need it now because I had to ask for it. But in the future, when someone calls you out for a thing, sorry is the right response, not got it. Now it doesn't matter because I had to ask for it. I have another person I've disagreed with who was banned here for ages. Their response wasn't sorry, it was noted. Got it and noted are equivalent in, well, I don't agree, but I'm just going to appease you because fuck it, like whatever, I don't respect your scolding of me. Noted. Got it. I'm just going to point out I equate those two things. If you're not sincere, that's a real easy way to show that you're not sincere. Noted. Got it. Sincerity goes a long fucking way. The only reason I'm saying this is because I am sincerely telling this to you. I mean what I'm saying right now. If you think I'm bullshitting, call me out on it. I am literally telling you that sincerity goes farther than a bullshit fucking got it. And got it doesn't feel sincere. You might be sincere, but your words matter more via text. Right? You could be being sarcastic, and I don't fucking know, dude. Say things that make it obvious you're being sincere. This is just a recommendation for chat in general. I don't look at the replacement of the word sorry. I look at the word sorry. If you're actually sorry, you say sorry. There are people that actively avoid saying sorry. And the response is less than a person that actually says sorry. Do you avoid saying sorry in person or something? Like, is that a thing? Well, no, people are going to misunderstand me if I just say the word sorry. Like, obviously, you're going to think I'm insincere because I, like it's equated with some fucking, like, South Park meme. No, just say it. I don't like having to correct people on proper civil fucking discourse. Despite the fucking memes we have here in chat, dude. Like, yeah. I get it. You said it, so we're good, but god damn, man. Like, what is it that makes people think chat is different from real life? It isn't. I do understand. Hold on. In real life, we might chat, and I didn't enjoy the chat, and I would just never chat with you again. Like, that's how that works. If I don't enjoy chatting with you, I'll never chat with you again. I will avoid any significant chat with you, and I'll just walk away. We don't have that explicit nature here in chat, so I have to correct people. If you want to continue to chat, if you want to be cool, just be fucking cool. But on the internet, it's like such a harder fucking sell for people to get. Right, so again, thank you, Lightspeed. I'm saying you're off the hook. But for every single other person listening right now, be sincere. If you meant to say sorry, but you said got it instead, just say fucking sorry. It's okay. God damn, like the internet's fucking weird, man. Right, so the update all here is probably expecting like the notification itself. And the worst part is we don't want to actually modify that. So how do we just run a generic query? Right? Like, how do we do just like a, repo dot execute, you know? So, all right, this part feels wrong. Three, 85600. Let's do 1, and it fails. 0 fails too. What the fuck? Can't be blank. All right, so no, this is totally fucked. Like, there's got to be some way we can just pass like a prop. We shouldn't need all of this bullshit. We're at 8 p.m. Dude, I got fucking tax bullshit to do. I had to deal with so much other bullshit here on stream that I definitely drank more whiskey because, dude. The moment I deal with some assholes, I gotta go deeper. Your thing, like, ecto adapters, SQL.query. So X Factor, how did you get to that? Was that just like a fucking a Google? Was that some Chat GPT? Like, come on, man. Yeah, a quick Google. Like, dude. I could do a quick Google. Do you think I'm incapable? I have not tried that, but I'm trying to look at what we're doing and use auto-completion and figure it out. Could I use ChatGPT or a Google to figure it out? Yes, I could. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Can you please assume the best in me that I will try some stuff when I think it's necessary? I'm looking at my editor and the things that get auto-completed and what I could do there. If I decide that I need to Google it, can you just trust that I can Google it? I have that capability, right? Like, why do you think I'm incapable of doing that? If it's a Google away, can you just trust that I'll get there when I want to? Do you think I'm not capable of Googling? Like, come on, man. The only reason I have not resorted to Googling is because I want to figure it out otherwise. I don't need to backseat some bullshit queries, okay? I'm just pushing back on it. Like, come on, X Factor. I could ask Cursor too. It's not what I'm trying to do right now. I only care if you know the ecosystem better than I do. If you don't, I can just Google it for you. Like, I can just Google it. I have that ability. I can just use fucking Cursor. I can use any of the things that you would just reach out to. I'm asking for experts to understand what I'm trying to do. It's actually really fucking simple. I don't need someone to Google it for me. I'm definitely like burnout on this though. X Factor and everyone else in the future. I don't need you to Google things for me. All right, so who's streaming right now? We'll go raid them. Do not Google things for them either. Whoever we raid, man. Yeah, no worries. Just, dude, I got burnt the fuck out just now. I would have kept going, but god damn, like, nah, man. Trying to think about who we go raid. Shit. All right, so I do see my brother had a stream going, but no, they're 22 hours in, and they're not doing shit. So yeah, they should fix that. Yeah, no, they just left it going. Like, honestly, he's a bullshit artist as far as streaming, like, content, like, tech goes anyway. I'd love to rate him at some point, but man, some of his, like, Twitter takes are really bad. We'll go raid Nick. Let's do that. Not gonna lie, I could have kept going, but dude, some people burnt me the fuck out. And yes, the whiskey maybe would have made them not burn me out. Sure. I decided to drink the whiskey, and that's on me. Dealing with some comments fucking sucks. And that's not just a me thing. Recognize that some of your favorite streamers burn the fuck out because they don't like dealing with the chat. I don't want to name those streamers, but yes, they don't like their fucking chat. I'm one of the few that calls out my chat to make them better. We'll come back here tomorrow. We'll figure it out. If you don't think I can figure it out, you're part of the reason I'm ending stream today. But yeah, we'll go say hi to Nickwan Datasci. YouTube, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Cheers. Later.